Hello, 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 and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one since the last stream. Oh, alright. Now to just reorientate myself and get myself back into the whole streaming and programming together thing, because yeah, I've been doing a lot of the cleanup, like I said. All of the weapons are now fully updated to the new description style. There is still some issues that I've noticed, specifically with how I do conditionals, which I knew that they were going to be probably something that needed to be worked on at some point, because they are like a little shit, is the shorthand of it. Specifically, one case is showing it to me the most, and I'm trying to think the best way to approach it. But we'll get to that in a moment. But more or less, if we go into game, every weapon, including like all of the weapons in the normal list, should have a description now that is within the standards of what we've shown before. I've also trimmed a bit of words here and there. For example, instead of deal X damage, I've just deal X is how I'm kind of phrasing it now. I just found that it was a lot of unnecessary wordage in most cases. But like, yeah, we do have most of these working a little bit better. There are some that are working in a very strange way. And I'll need to definitely tweak them a little bit. But I have gone through, you can kind of see from here, again, ignore the fact that the UI still doesn't scale. That is something that's from outside of my control at this moment. I'm going to be honest, Mary's took ages to get fully going. I think I did part of that on stream though. And overall, yeah, I'm pretty happy with most of them. Ooh, I can see that there is a space missing on that one. The Atlantean Trident. So I just realized I haven't muted this. There we go. So yeah, today is going to be just more of the same, going through and cleaning these up, improving them, so it would be, yeah. And just solving issues that I can see as I go and such. I will admit, and this is the benefit we kind of have, is weapons are actually quite simple to describe. Some of the items and abilities and such do get a little bit more complex though. That's where we're going to probably have a little bit more trouble. Like, I can't imagine how I'm going to easily write Rambit's abilities. Helpful Rambit, that ability specifically, yeah. Like, I expect that one to be quite a bit of a, quite an intense one to write. But yeah, I mean, I also did a little bit of research on some things yesterday. Played a bit with a mate, which was nice. Always like doing that. Okay, so anyway, let's get to the one issue scenario, and I do want to work on that. Because it's potentially going to open up a bunch of stuff later as well for us to work with. So it's Butterfly Blade specifically is an issue. And it is, in particular, is this bit here. So I kind of don't like how this is done at the moment. And I want to change this. So that's what we're going to do. Oops. what I need to do is I need to write up a system to detect the operant, which is going to be interesting. Because it's going to basically be this, how we handle this bit here. So I'm gonna have to do +3. And how do I want to do this? Data types. Okay. Oh, this is actually a very useful charge. This before. So I'm gonna probably, let's see, just call this Raider. How do I want to write these? So at the moment, if I write out one of these things, it's going to be thing, say value 0 hash text. And then it's at symbol question mark, and then we're going to possibly hit the operator here. So and then we need to have the conditional here. So op here, conditional here. So how do I want to do operators? I think what we can do is do this and then do this next. So what this will return is whatever's after this, like what we had before. However, what we'll then do, so I'm going to actually take this separate and then var underscore, oops, var underscore We're going to actually yoink this, rip this here, and put this here. And then that means we have this to work with, so we can just use this as our conditional thing, so we have less crap going on. Okay, so to our understanding, what this will return is everything post this. So what we're going to then want is how would I is there a way to convert an operator from a string? Convert string to operator game maker. It's a function system. Don't really want to import something, but this what I want. No, I don't like that. Yeah, so most people are suggesting having a symbol list. I don't really want to do a symbol list, but I guess that might not be the worst way to do it. I mean, the short answer is what we can do is actually no, it's in a string. To add this, because this will be our variable type. So string copy. Additional string. Index is string. String pause. Additional string. Then the string count is might just be And that should be -1. Or is it +1? We'll see. This is one that I'm actually a little questioning on. So then I'm going to have to... This will definitely be easier as a switch, I think. So if we leave the operator blank, what should we get? Actually, that's a good point. Let's not even write this one. Let's have this as a default case. And, this way, I can now make a variable, var condition bit false. And then this is what we'll probably do. And then I can change this to that. So the case for this one can be greater than. So if, and then we yoink this. If this condition is greater than the value. Case less than. If the condition is less than the value. And then like I can add to this as we go on when necessary. Because the thing, so I don't know if I did this on stream. Did I do this on stream? We've shifted all of this into its own function now, so I can actually call this function individually. Because I was finding with the tooltips, I would need this information here. And that's why we've got the can level conditional here for checking if it's leveling up or not. which is why a lot of things also got moved around. Because now things have to be outside of this level up space. For the most part. However, we are still checking for like level value. Yo. So that's why that's going like that. So now we need to finish working on this conditional architecture. How am I? I'm doing alright, I guess. All things considered. Yourself? So there's one other thing I want to introduce to this. I'm trying to think how I want to do it. Can't have a well-working code without 5-hour debugging session or using ChatGPT. How dare you? It's the best part is that you made those sound like those are two separate things. Those are the same thing if you try and use GPT. It's either 5-hour debugging session or you use ChatGPT and it's double that. I fucking hate it. I'm Lisa. Oh, hello Lisa. Man, I gotta say, that's that whole, like, people saying, AI will take over the world, or take over your jobs and all that. No, Thor made a really good, I think it was a short on this recently, that, like, encapsulates a lot of the stuff I've been talking about with it, but he actually mentioned something, that I don't mention that I should have been mentioning. So you always wonder why, like, they keep saying it's like, oh, in the next, like, so many years or whatever, we'll get this, flying cars, yada, yada, yada. Is because they're expecting a breakthrough in that period of time that would give us that. But the problem is they've been waiting for that breakthrough for years, like, decades, with AI. AI has been on the cusp of doing stuff for ages, but they've never gotten that one breakthrough moment that would push it to the point that everyone's saying it will. We can't guarantee when that breakthrough will happen, but is what it is. But otherwise, no, do not concern yourself with wasting time going like, oh, I'm gonna lose my job to AI. It's not gonna happen. What are we doing today? More of the same, really. I've gotten all the weapons updated with their descriptions, but there's a couple of issues, and I'm trying to fix them at the moment by creating a bit more of a complex conditional argument. Yeah, that's the short of it, I think. So ooh, pardon me. Because yeah, this is what we're setting up now is an operant architecture. So now I can actually say like greater than or less than, not just is equal to, which is what we kind of had before. Which does matter. It very much does. This needs to actually be put at the bottom. I'm just trying to think if I need to change the positioning of this to work better with leveling up. Or what will you use it? Stats? Well, this is abilities, right? So, we've shown a little bit in the past where, for example, Anonymous Feather. Anonymous Feather is actually a good example. We can go look at the weapon very quickly to show this. This is what I'm trying to fix at the moment, so ignore that. Let's see, so we're looking for... Anonymous Feather. So if we look here, we'll see that this line here has a variable thing at the front, and then this at question mark at the end with a variable. So what this is trying to do at the moment is basically this will not turn up unless this value here meets this condition. Basically saying, does value 5 equal 1? If it does, this bit of text here will show up. If it doesn't, this text will not show up at all. This is useful because it means that I can say, like, with this weapon does not have this effect until this is this level, which is great. There is other weapons that have these sorts of effects or things change with them. Another short example I can think of is Sakura Storm. This one is asking slash in front of you and behind will only turn up when the condition is met, which is true, right? Like, that's what we want, because it's not gonna slash behind you until this is the case. So that's what we're doing. The problem is with Butterfly Blade, as we can see here, this is really bad. This is not a good system. I do not like this at all. This needs to change. And there's two things about it that need to change. The simple fact is, with having an operand checker, I can tell this, I can get rid of this, and I can just basically say 0, but then I can tell it that the value 5 is greater than 0. And all of a sudden, I've gotten rid of an entire line of code. So that's the advantage we have. Alright, so weapon stats, and do you got any more to make of these check functions? No, but I've got to optimize them. So there's one thing I would like to do, and I'm trying to figure out the best course of action. So, wait, did I get that right? So that value is greater than this. So these values... No, so yeah, I've got this wrong way around. Yeah, so by having this way as well, when you're leveling up, the variable will be the case. When it's not, it won't be the case. So it's greater than the conditional. So as long as these two together are greater than this value, it will come as correct, and it will post the text. So that will be it. By the way, how much FPS we got as high score for now? What do you mean by how much FPS we got as high score? Do you mean like what's my highest FPS counting? Because again, technically the FPS is capped. If we're talking debug FPS, the FPS of like everything actually running visually and not mechanically, I don't think it's changed that much for a very long time, outside of when we've had problems. Like, realistically, this game, as it is now, outside of breaks, runs on a potato. I genuinely think that you'd probably be able to beat this, like, play this game without too much issue on, like, a duo core fucking 2 gig of RAM computer. Easily. Might be, like, a couple of hitches from time to time, at most. So, realistically, I think Chromebooks should say a lot. Also, good to see that I've gotten my friend to play Warframe again. It's always fine. He saw me playing a bunch of things. System requirements, potato. Like, I mean, like, that's the short of it. Is this program, as it is now, should be able to run on basically... Fuck, I could probably make this run on a phone. If it wasn't for the fact of like how much I would need to get done for it to actually run on a phone, but like the game would run on a mobile device. It wouldn't be playable because it isn't set up for it, but it would be doable. Like, that's kind of the point to make of this. And before someone asks, no, I'm not making a mobile version, fuck off. I've said this before. If I was to ever make a mobile version that's so far down the line of things I would add, it's not even worth considering. Because I would need to reconstruct so much of the game at this point to accommodate that. And it means I would probably have to give up on a lot of systems that I've already made that I like more than the idea of this being on mobile. This is going for Steam, this is going for nothing else. It is a fan game. And that is it. Would it be able to be ported by someone else? Probably not. Simple answer. Unless they want to reconstruct a lot of the core systems of this game. No. A porting of this game would pretty much mean remaking it, is the more realistic thing. And I know that might upset people, and I know that there's a lot of people that have expressed interest in playing this on mobile. The legality alone is a problem. There's a lot of issues I could have with getting it on mobile devices, with monetization, with all that sort of stuff. Keep in mind, I have to be very cautious with things. A Steam release is nice, it's simple, and it's much easier to keep an eye on. I'm not going to concern myself with others, stuff like that. Further games in the future, completely different argument. I want to stress that. But for now, this game is not intended to go anywhere else. Especially knowing it's already going to cost me like $100 to get this on Steam, right? Like, because this is something a lot of people don't understand. A lot of these marketplaces, you have to pay to put your product on, right? Linux native build is an option, jeez. I'm not that fucking keen. They can suffer. They'll be fine. So if we're going to do this, we're going to change this to being the conditional string. And then string position this plus 1, I think. The 1 or 2? No, it should just be 1. And then string length is this minus this, but this needs to change. conditional string on both of these. I know Steam does take from you to put the game out there. To be fair, the rule of thumb with Steam, and a lot of people will talk poorly of Steam. It does not deserve the treatment it gets, like at all. It is 100% amazing for a lot of things it does. I pay $100, and if the game is going on monetized, if I make over a specific margin, they basically give me that money back. Because then they've made back that money and more, which justifies the game being there. I'm paying $100 to initially put my game onto that platform. That is more than reasonable, I think. Because creating a small barrier to entry like this stops flooding happening. Like, people just flooding crappy things in there. And it means that they get a little bit of money out if someone does try to do that. Which is a very, very big deal. So, I do not disagree at all with Steam. And I know that that's going to, like, there are so many people that are upset by that concept, and it amazes me every time. Like, genuinely, I do not understand that. $100, well, at least Itch exists as a free alternative. Exactly. Like, I'm uploading to Itch, right? Like, the current game is going on Itch because it's not got Steam integration, it's not got any of that, and I've not got the $100 to spend right now towards that. Because I just don't think it's worth it. I've said openly that once the, not this major update, but the next major update is done, I'm going to put that in for application for Steam, and all of that time between there and that Steam release is just going to be the multiplayer, all the Steam integration, all of that stuff. That is what that period of time will be. And the final polish and all that sort of stuff. So that's why, like, that update's a massive, massive deal. Because at that point in time, that will be me actually putting in the effort for it to actually make it work in that environment. But yeah, no, Steam is arguably one of the best platforms for that, even though you get all of the Epic Games stands that agree with Epic's Games stance that they're bad. And it's like, well, they're not. They fairly pay, and they actually treat their users and consumers pretty good, as well as their sellers. Epic, it's not saying that Epic doesn't per se, but Epic's like high horse of trying to, well, at least they used to have it really heavily, but like their hate boner for Steam for so long was just so confusing to me. And now they're suffering as a competition for Steam because Steam just didn't care. Steam never backed down, and Steam just kept doing what they were doing. In fact, all they've done since is just soft improvements that are unrelated to what's getting made as an argument. It's like, oh no, creators should get more of a percentage. It's like, they get the majority. What do you mean? What? It's like, oh, because it means that consumers will get more. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Especially, so this is something I feel like a lot of people misinterpret with economics. If a price is here, and then you remove like a tax from it so it can go down here, so technically it costs like 20% less now, do you think you're going to see this cost go down by 20%? At best, you'll see it go down a little maybe, but it will not go down by 20%. Why? Because it's already sold here. They already know it's going to be purchased here. Why the fuck would they change that rule? It just means that they get more money now. That's it. So all you do is now create less money on the platform and more money in the developer's hands, which sounds good, don't get me wrong, but I would also prefer Steam to have an excess amount of money to ensure it keeps running without issue. If I had to choose between developers getting more money or Steam getting more money out of the transaction, I would prefer Steam getting that, or maintaining their money that they have now. Gabe kept running his money cash printer and just said skill issue at the other. Yeah, well, that's the other best part, is that Gaben's actually not a complete asshole. He's just a fucking, well, to be fair, he's a troll at the best of times. But no, he's a very reasonable individual. So he just doesn't see a reason to change his perspective on the matter. And I exactly, like, that's the point. So he shouldn't have to. It's why I like speak to the whole Riot Games thing. There's a pro-ish player. There's a very popular streamer that actually made a really good point. Okay, can I just say this? I don't often agree with like a lot of pro game players and stuff like that, because a lot of them speak from a perspective that's very skewed, as well as if they're like a streamer, they'll often speak. They exaggerate their points to make it more dramatic and more interesting, which is just, it's kind of what you do as a streamer, is you dramatize things more so you get more attention. Not saying that's a bad thing, it's just there's issues with it. But there's one in particular that I really like how he phrased a lot of things, is that he talked about League of Legends in a similar way that I actually talked about it recently, which is, so they recently did what's, in a sense, could be considered the durability patch 2, which is really good for the game. It slowed the game down a lot. And he talked about like the fear he has, and I think this is actually a very legitimate fear, is that the newer generations want more immediate feedback, which means that having the game slightly slower by like maybe, he just threw out the number of 20%. I'm not going to say that that's the case, but at 20% longer games, which means that people are going to play less games, and then these younger audiences are going to get less interested because they want more games faster, more dopamine instantly. And then they might see a drop in player count, just a minor one, but enough that potentially they might choose to revert that. And that's something that's really sad, because they're in a constant state with a game that large of scale, when you've got 160 something characters as your roster, you've got so many items, you've got so many things to consider that interweave in specific ways. Like, anytime they introduce a knockup champion, there has to be like several characters considered in addition with them to take resources. Like, you've got Yasuo ult, you've got Samira passive, I believe. Like, you've got all of those sorts of characters that are important and very, like, need to be considered. So it becomes this really difficult situation when you take all of these little details into consideration, which can limit design decisions quite a lot. As well as you can't just repeat champions, because we saw with when they introduced Seraphine, the sheer negativity that got, being like a Nico and a Sona combination of characters that introduced a lot of those mechanics together. in a way that people were just immediately wanting to call it out and go like, well, this should have been a Sona rework. And it's like, well, no, it's a different character, and Sona fits her own style. But I can see the validity of that argument somewhat, at least. Again, I kind of agreed with it. I was like, wow, this doesn't seem like a very unique character, which is sad to say. It's the same with there's one character that got added to Warframe as well, Protea, I believe her name was, which was Vauban's rework, basically. That's how I'll continue to see it. And that was a really big example of just like a character that had been doing horrendously bad, that had to rework multiple times prior, and then they release a character that basically was what we wanted for a rework that a lot of people suggested, and we get an entire different character instead, and it's like, it kind of feels a bit shit. But it is what it is. It's very difficult to balance those sorts of environments, so they're doing a fucking good job. And he mentioned as well, like, it's not that it's them getting called out on things they do not deserve to be called out on. So my example to that, and I said this as well, is that it's good that the community called out the whole type Karthus R thing that was the PR disaster that Freak did. I'm gonna stand by this. Freak fucked the PR for that so badly. He's done really badly with a lot of the PR maneuvers he's done. It's not that the decision is bad, it's that the way he conveyed it was too patronizing to the community. That meant that it's basically, I'm treating the community like they're fucking morons, not valuing them. There's an acceptable amount of sarcasm and stuff like that a developer can give alongside things. I think that that's completely reasonable, but it's not okay to fully insult your audience, especially when a very large group of the community are saying this is a bad idea. And the fact that they kind of didn't go through with that decision, I believe. I think the pinging of that stuff is still kind of there. But it's why I'm like, I don't like how little information is available to your teammates in League. And I think that there should be better information. I feel like I should be able to ping an enemy's health bar. It's one example. Dota does a lot of these things really well in my eyes, because that means that you transfer that information very easily. However, I will not deny there's a very good correlation argument of toxicity in these sorts of pieces of information getting traversed. So there's a big difficulty there. Now, sorry, what was this last one? I can 100% double down on Gaben being the top troll. His narration of Alex's commentary mode. I have put in here's there because I always wanted to see myself in a cat. Yeah. No, he's a great man. He's a very, very funny man. For me, I'd like to see more social stuff in modern multiplayer games. I kind of agree. There is a correct way to do social interaction environments, and I think that I'm not going to say developers are lazy. It's not the wording I want to use, but I think that there is a creative lacking on the fact that like a lot of games will just introduce, here's a global chat, here's a team chat, here's a server chat, stuff like that. That's it. We don't care past that. I think there's better things that could be done. I actually like Legends of Runeterra and card games specifically, where they just have emote things. Like, I think stuff like that is definitely something that could be more important and approached. Also, yes, hello, there, Viceroy. What are we going to do? Oh, there are two of them. That's alright. But like that sort of stuff. I do think that there is more design space there available that I feel like could be developed on. Will I be doing that in mind? Honestly, that's actually a big question. Because I've said that I want to do multiplayer. How do I introduce communication? I've actually been really wrestling with this idea, and I've still not got an answer. I do kind of like the idea of adding stickers or emotes. Like, I think that's a genuinely a good approach. I think Warframe actually struggles with this because I wish Warframe had a better quick tab to emotes thing, faster emotes on average, and you only could have so many emotes instead of having what I have, which is a giant wheel. Just give me a lock-in of 5 emotes and have it like that League thing that they have. Whereas if I press the button quickly, I'll only get the middle one. If I press and hold, I can choose the up one, the side ones, the down one, or the middle one, and just that. I think that's definitely a good idea. Let's say emotes are very quickly be developed. Better than open chat, but not perfect with card games. I mean, yeah, no, 100%, right? Like, I think emotes are great because if you only have like 5 or 6, that is what you kind of need to approach with it. Like, I think that is definitely a nice way to have it because it means that people can find that like custom emote to convey a feeling, and a feeling that they feel like they can convey really well, which is potentially faster than conveying it by typing it out, right? And it's also like more fun. What do you think of adding more friend-making features in such games? A good idea. Good times that would weigh in this like TF2. Which these days could have something similar. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing is, I think League, this is actually something I'm going to praise. League did a really cool thing recently with now they've reintroduced honoring opponents. That there is actually a really good social feature to add positivity in a way that I genuinely think is good. Because I remember back in the day where you could just honor pretty much everyone in the lobby. It was fucking hysterical. But no, it was genuine. There was a portion of time where I remember, like, I was climbing and I came across someone that would play really well. I would honor them in games if they were on my team or an enemy, going like, they're really good. And they'll friend me. They're like, oh, you honored me a few times. I'm like, yeah, and they honored me. And it's like, let's duo. And it's like, yeah, fuck it, why not? There is stuff like that. Give that sort of thing out. That is a good system. I think that that's a nice thing we could do in the modern day. Now, don't get me wrong, there is the argument of using it toxically, but like if you're gonna honor someone in a toxic way, going like, ha ha ha, you're a fucking idiot, oh, good game because you're an idiot, like, oh well, you got a positive thing from a dickhead, it benefits you, doesn't matter. If anything, it's actually more toxic to not honor anyone at all, which I've done a few times. Look, I play ARAM, is basically all I play on League. I don't even play TFT that much anymore, just because I don't have the time. But like, I've played ARAM a few games like the other week, and there were games I just didn't want to honor anyone. Why? Because the enemy team were just being assholes, and none of my teammates really felt like they were giving it their all, and I'm like, I just don't feel like anyone played well enough to get an honor. I'm not saying I did either. I haven't played this game very much for ages. I'm fucking terrible. But if you make like an active effort to win the game, yeah, no, I think you definitely deserve an honor, right? I love how I just dropped by like 2 viewers by saying that I don't honor people. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, ironically enough, one game I think actually does systems well, and I think this would be better to introduce into more games, if done correctly, is Final Fantasy XIV. They have what's like the Sprout system, which if you have ever come across it and understand it, it's incredibly good. It's definitely something that should be introduced to more games. It will have a little thing above you, next to your name and above your head and stuff, to indicate that you're a new player, a returning player, a long-term player, someone that's active in chat and helpful, these sorts of things. Like, and that's really, really good, because it means that it creates this situation of, if you go into a raid and you see the little Sprout icon above their head, it's like, oh, this person might not know the mechanics. That's okay, that's fine. I understand now that they might struggle with this stuff, so there's less of a toxic expectation of a higher caliber. And if, like, say my tank is a sprout icon, before I go into a fight and they message, like, they ask in the team chat, of the dungeon chat, whatever, hey, what are the mechanics? It's like, these are the you'd be more going like, oh no, it's all good. Okay, let me explain them in a way that, like, someone that might not know the game so well can understand. And if I end up coming back to the game, which I do want to sometime, there'll be that icon for me saying, like, I'm a bit of a returning player. So if I get to post the content that I was at, people will be a bit more willing to accept. It's like, okay, so he knows mechanics, but he might not know these mechanics, and that's cool. Like, awesome. That sort of stuff is cool. I know, though, if League tried to introduce something like that, it would immediately be approached in a toxic way, and that's really upsetting. I really, really don't like that that would be the case. That makes me a little sad, because, yeah, I can only see that getting more and more toxic. I don't think that would improve that environment at all. Even though it would improve most environments. It's one of those mechanics that you either need to introduce early, or you need to, like, nudge your community a huge amount to allow for. That's the problem for me. People overall these days think of others as obstacles, not as helpful assets. Something that is very prevalent, and I've listened to a lot of academics and professionals in the field, is that people are becoming more and more selfish. Social media is definitely a huge influence on this. There's a lot of other rationale, but, like, it's just the general mentality is a lot more people are a lot more self-focused and internalized. So it's all about them. There's more of this ego arrogance going on, which means that they're more likely to blame another person than themselves, which is something that's always been prevalent throughout human history, but it's becoming really, really widespread. So I don't even know if I'd call it, like, evading, but it's definitely more likely to push the blame, which is not good. Something I wish was, something that was better introduced is acceptance of your own mistakes. Because the only way to actually learn from mistakes and failure is to accept that you did so in the beginning. If you're gonna go, I'm gonna learn from my failure, but then keep blaming other people for them, you're not gonna learn from it. However, if I go, oh, I fucked this up. This was my bad. Why did I fuck this up? How do I develop and learn from that? That's an important thing. I mean, it's with this, for example, this conditional check. I'm like, okay, this is clearly not working. I'm the only one working on this. This is the only person I can blame, is me. So with this not working, I need to figure out how to improve it. One thing I would love to do is figure out a better answer for this bit here, which is why I've been, like, not just talking this whole time, because I've been thinking about this. Because in the current way we have this, what this is going to do is it's only going to paste out the stuff. I kind of want to add a soft version of this to it. So what I'm thinking, let's see. I'm gonna yoink this quickly. Yoink is point. Oh, what? Oh, I sneezed. Oh, can I talk about something that I found really fucking funny? Do y'all know about Hot Ones? They're like a channel that gets like celebrities and all sorts of people on to just eat really spicy food and talk and stuff like that. It's a really cute series, very fun. Don't watch it too much myself, admittedly, but it's always a cool thing. It's really cool who they get on there. They did a promotional thing for the upcoming Venom movie where they got Venom on. And if you haven't seen this yet, you might already know where I'm going with this if you have seen it. But if you haven't seen it yet, it's actually full CGI Venom eating hot things. And it's in character and everything, and it's great. He has it, and he's just like, it burns, all this sort of stuff. And then he grabs the milk and splashes himself with it quite aggressively. And the moment I saw it, I'm like, oh no, I know what the internet's gonna do. So I've got this little fun toggle now that I can put on. So there we go, we've got that now. That's gonna be my BRB thing for now, that I can toggle on quickly, in programming at least. I haven't set it up for the other scene. I'll set it up later. But there you go, that's it's it's Venom having milk. It's just so good, man. It's so funny. Oh, I love it so much. Yeah, milk, exactly. I honestly, there is only one GIF that I have favorited on Discord, and it's that. I've never favorited a GIF on Discord before. And I'm gonna keep it that way because it just means I can quick tab and activate it. It's such a funny GIF. I love it so much. It's the right kind of stupidity for me. Okay, oops. So now I'm going to edit this. So that is how it works before. So now what I'm gonna need to do is get this. And then should be able to just put that, I think. Before you sleep and did a vid on those red pill people who think everything is genetical and you need to be a Chad to have. Oh god. Like, again, nature versus nurture is an argument that I could have for a millennia, and I don't think we'll ever truly get it fully, right? There is something. Okay, you want to hear something that's gonna completely fuck you up? Here's my little knowledge drop of the day that's like actually gonna disturb you. Did you know there is more than enough evidence to indicate that kinks are hereditary? That's not an idle thing. That's actually a genuinely well documented thing. However, is that nature or nurture? My argument is it's probably more nurture than nature, but there's probably an element of that. But yeah, nature versus nurture, the whole, like, everything is genetical. There's more than enough evidence to indicate not everything is. That's the short answer. And that's what needs to always be acknowledged. Okay, this should work. So now I'm wondering, can I do this? So I'm going to remove this slightly, and this is going to get changed to greater than 0. And then this is also going to get changed to greater than 0. But this is going to get value 5 hash %. Got tagged in the comments by the fans of Red Pill channel discussing on the video. Funny how they tried video sum up. And not that hard nowadays to get a good life. I mean, okay, this may be hot take from me. There's a reason why I don't tend to like interact with that sort of stuff. I'm gonna be honest, the moment you go into the comment section of a video, you're asking to get into an argument. Unless you're just kind of like saying something. And if you respond to someone, you're just arguing. It's not worth it. You're not going to change the mind of the random person on the internet. Don't bother to waste your time. But you might go, oh, but I'm doing my best to inform that. No, you're not going to change their mind because they're going to be anonymous and they're going to see you as anonymous and they're not going to know who the fuck you are and they're not going to care what your opinion is. It's okay to put an effort in. A little bit, sure. If you want to try and throw out your information, but don't get into arguments and comment sections. It's just wasting your time. It's better to, nowadays, like, just express your thoughts and opinions. Make that clear that's your thoughts and opinions and you're not invalidating other people's thoughts and opinions, and just move on. Because, like, the best case, like, I still fucking love... I need to find it. Where is it? This. This is how you should act, because otherwise you're gonna get, like, completely dumpstered on the internet. once it allows me to click on the video.
I ate a...
Come on, stop lagging. I mean, think before you sleep, just got attacked because he said something about someone's favorite. Oh, yeah. I mean, I mentioned this before, like, it was Aiden Ross, like, shit-talked Iron Mouse, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna go into the comments and shit on Aiden Ross. I'm just gonna, like, sit here in my own little bubble and go, you know what? If you're gonna be an asshole as your first response, you're not really someone I give much of a fuck about listening to. But anyway.
I ate a cat.
You make me want to cry. That's, in my opinion, kind of cruel. But even so, I do respect your opinion.
I will eat another.
That there is what comments are to me. Don't try and bother arguing with someone because then they're just gonna say they're gonna eat another. I will eat another. I just look at the comments when I feel like I need to look at something idiotic funny. Don't get me wrong, there is sometimes I'll read comments because there is actually good information in there. Like, genuinely, there has been a lot of times I've looked in the comments and there's been something that I learned from them because there was something good. I'm not going to say not look at comments. I'm just going to say normally commenting is not worth it, is my feeling that I've come across. But yeah, no, there's every once in a while. Fucking, There's some good info in there. So this will need to be just changed. These, but I might change this to, so it's gonna be value 3. And then we change this to being value 1, 2. Now I can change this text to weapon speed. He did a vid on self-magazine explaining why young men like me need to take responsibility and slowly grow up into true adults. Like, okay, that actually sounds like a reasonable advice. Right, because I come from the era of, like, just grow up as fucking fast as you can. Well, very much that's what we did. We grew up as fast as we could, and we didn't really think about the consequences. There's consequences. There's a lot of consequences. No, taking your time and just actually living your life and learning from everything around you, much more valuable than it immediately feels. 100% will agree on slowing down. But like that, the fact that actually sounds like it's got, as you said, research behind it, that's a big thing. Obviously, something that I talked about actually yesterday with a friend of mine is There's a important distinction that needs to be made when looking at information like medical or whatever, is that you need to take it with a grain of salt, but it is also advice that you can use. Don't think it's going to solve your problem, but it's something that you can develop from. Also, hey Yanya, how's it going? I am doing not too bad today. We've developed a fair bit from the things, and we're now adding in conditionals, because I hate myself. I remember you don't need to be nice to everyone and anyone. You must stick to truth. You will still build a good future for yourself. I mean, in a sense, right? At the end of the day, do you need to be nice to everyone? No, you don't. Just don't be an asshole, is my general thing that I try and do. Don't be an asshole. And if you're feeling like you're going to end up being an asshole, or it may be construed as that, just don't bother. There's a reason why I try and do my best to, like, when I read something or when I say something, I actually use, is it the Buddhist, I think it's Buddhist-based, kind of like thing of this, where it's just like, is it truthful? Is it necessary? Is it hurtful? Like, it needs to go through the gates, I think is what they call it, like the gates of the thing, where it's like, if it goes through all of those and it's, like, it's fine by the end of it, like, it's not hurtful, it's somewhat truthful, and it's, like, if it's not unnecessary, then yeah, no, go ahead and say it. Unnecessary is one of those difficult ones. Some with your friends and stuff, it's completely fine to be an asshole somewhat, because friends rib each other, that's how it goes. But it is what it is. It's useful to have some strong value. Yeah, no, exactly. I am good. Happy our first project is going along smoothly, and just have to restrain myself so I can get a newbie mate to follow along and be able to contribute. Actually, nah, did I ever tell you the story of last year? My second semester last year of programming? What happened? Because that would probably be very, like, you'd understand that. Shorthand of it is we had two games we needed to make, one physical quotation marks. We made ours in tabletop because we couldn't do it at physical. And then another one which was a game. And like we had about 4 weeks for the first one, 6 weeks for the second one. In them we're supposed to be like 4 to 6 people. And it's supposed to be an even split of artists and programmers. First one, the other programmers, because I had 3 artists and me and another programmer. The programmer got COVID and basically just never turned up. And in the end they did contribute a little bit, but like they just basically didn't contribute. So I was the main person that designed that game. The artist did an amazing job and it was awesome. When it came to the programming, we got a different programmer. And they turned up for the first week and then left. Never saying anything, never doing anything. So there I am, me and 3 artists, just having to make a game in 6 weeks that has to be of a caliber that is like valid as a video game, not a dev test, a valid game with all things added that are needed with a very specific request. What I had to do, because I genuinely didn't, I was working like easily 50, 60 hours like at the time on all of my courses, including that one, is I actually wrote the program in a way that meant that one of the artists that said he was willing to could actually do some programming for me. So I spent probably an extra like 10-20% effort to remove about 40% effort work from me. So needless to say, I got quite well known for the fact of I could single-handedly make the games last year. And this is all during like a really, really bad part of my life as well. So a lot of people came to really respect me from that one. But no, the game ended up pretty decent. It was made in Game Maker as well. I actually still have it on my computer. where is it? Come on. This one. But yeah, like the thing is, Mal, the game dev leader, like not even joking, yes. No, in all of the groups I've been in with that course, this is something I actually kind of have had enough of, and why I'm thinking I'm gonna ditch it for now, is that I've kind of had enough of being the group leader in every group that I end up getting put in. And it's not because I like being the leader, it's that I'm normally the best at it because I've done it before. A lot of people haven't done it. But yeah, so here's a 6-week project that was tossed together. It is so bad. I'm going to address this now. You can see already that I've done a lot of quality improvements. But this is the menu. Again, props to the artists. They did a great job. One of our actual complaints was art inconsistency, because some of our artists did certain things and some didn't do certain things. But if I go in here, this is a cutscene. I wrote also a lot of the dialogue for this game. And I introduced a lot of these systems. And I can also have an enter to skip. It's not easy visible, but it's down there. But like I even added the tutorialization aspects to this as well. It's not great still. But yeah, so I'm just gonna skip the rest of this. And I just want to point out, do you want to know how many of these things are still like, so that E for interact, that was me that drew that. I told them to replace that. They never did. But this system here, this was all stuff I did. So you go in here, you introduce your character, you press the accept, and you get this system here. So this is a counting down, you can see. It's a commission system. Ignore the fact that the text goes over this thing. But like it's a bunch of commissions. If you go into them, you have specific requirements that you need to meet, and you obviously have your inventory of characters that you'll go and collect. There was originally going to be a system where you could like breed them together and get better stats and all that sort of stuff, because the idea is that you just get all the max resources here. Once you obtain all of this, you ensure safety, and that's the end of the game. There's also different places to go, but like this is kind of the point, is like you can see immediately the visual style here and the visual style here are very different. But that was, yeah, like 60-70% of the programming was me on that one. Like there's a lot of bits in here. If you actually we go through it, you'll see that I have a lot of where I think probably in here has some of the commenting somewhere. No, I've moved most of it around. Yeah, like I had a lot of very specific commenting and things like that. This here was all like the breeding system prepped. Also, why is that lagging? There we go. But yeah, like this is all of the breeding system prepped. This was a bunch of like extra characters that never got added. I had a lot of systems made in advance for this. It's very sad that it never got finished to the extent that I believe it could have been. Java, when it's not coffee, it's yeah, no, fucking Java's a bitch. I don't like Java. I don't think anyone truly likes Java, to be fair. Alright, let's see if this crashes. It all works. So we need to switch to Monarch, will be the best one to see this all on. But yeah, I feel like I've overall improved on a lot of things. Okay, here we go. So this is a best example of something going wrong. Cool. So let's close that so I can actually read this. Unable to convert string blah to number. Wait, which part of it failed? VTuber breeding system win? No. No. I already, okay, can I like say in the early design ideas I have for Bao, immediately should be sending warning bells if you know anything about Bao. In the early things for Bao, I'm gonna be doing something about joking at her habits on Twitter and what she often messages. Which, I mean, Bao whenever she sees like a wolf boy. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, there's got to be a synergy. Like, okay, you know how I've talked about how I'm going to introduce synergies for characters? There's got to be a synergy between Ollie and Bao about being priggers. Like, let's be honest. Well, yes, but also yes. No, honestly, if you follow Bao on Twitter, you 100% you will have like come across at least one of her bark sessions and a reply or something. Like that's not even up for debate. It's just 100% you'll come across that. Okay, so if that's the case, that means one of the equal conditions is not working, right? Because that's only on the defaulting condition. Actually, no, let's re-look at that. I need to look at that again because I need to know all the values going into this so I know which skill's broken so I can look at that. Because that could still be one of those ones that shouldn't be having that issue. That means that I've written it wrong. Wouldn't Zyko technically qualify? Yeah, probably eventually. Like, unjokingly, definitely something that could be considered for a meme. Okay, so no, this is the butterfly. It's broken though. Why is it coming back as condition equals nothing? Because this should be position 0. String index. So this might need to be... This needs to probably be not -1 then. Let's see, 2... Yeah, let's try removing that -1. See if that gives us the value. So we need conditional this. I feel like this does need the -1, but on my way to make VTuber breeding sim the next. Well, not only well, yeah. I mean, I stand by. If I really wanted to, could do it. But I would have to not do legal characters, like actual ones. That'd be wild though. Okay, so that gets us the thing. It's just showing up regardless for some reason. Which shouldn't be true. Have I written that wrong? Oh. Yeah. I forgot the question mark. But yeah, no, you have to be careful with other IPs. I stand by. If VShojo ever wanted to make like any kind of game and they reached out to me to either work on the team or head something towards it, you could not fucking stop me. Like 100%, you could not stop me. In a heartbeat, my dude. In a heartbeat. Okay, so that's clearly not working how I want it to. Just put 2 VTubers in the daycare and an egg will magically appear. It may take a few steps. Yes! Dude, I love it. Dude, is there any VTubers that are like super down bad for Ditto? Because we could do something about that. That'd be funny. Okay, so clearly what's happening here is that it's not removing this, and it's only using this. Same as the Ditto. Oh god, no. Please, no. Oh, no, actually, you know what we need to do? Is there of the list of VTubers one that's really good at mimicking things or something? I'm now thinking about something, because I'm thinking about an assist we could do. Where it's like, it makes a mini version of your main character. None of the ones that we've already got currently designed for, I don't think. Any of these ones. No, I don't think any of these would specifically do well with that kind of assist in their design architecture. But that's an assist I want to do now. I'm going to write that down. There we go. I have the idea listed now. I actually like that idea. Also, while I remember, I should actually probably have this written down, just because it's going to be really funny if anyone asks. Don't ask. Just, it's not worth asking. Okay, so what was I looking up again? We're looking at the fact that this is not running how I want it to. This should be removing the first one. Oh? String position should be pulling the first position that meets the condition. Return the character position of an instance of a substring within a string, searching from the beginning of the string to search from the end. Use the function string last position. The function will return 0 if nothing is found at all, or the position of the first character of the substring. If it is found, keep in mind for legacy support, strings are indexed from 1, so 1 is the first position of the string, 0, not 0 as you may expect. Okay. One use for... Wait, so... okay, I need to keep this in mind. This is something that may have been fucking me up then. This is why I'm probably getting a lot of these things wrong with strings, because I keep approaching it as if index, the first index is 0, which is weird. I hate it. Good to know, though. Bro, I nearly died from cringing back then, yeah. I mean, at the moment, all the fucking VTuber community are up in arms about the whole, Twitch things, which, okay, can I speak to that very briefly? I'm going to listen to some professionals in the field on this matter. Nothing has actually changed. It is all the rules that were the case before. They've just been clarified. And the mistake a lot of them are making is that they think that this is more censorship. It's not. These were the rules before. And on top of this, people are going like, oh, but this girl is wearing a bikini. It's like, yes, in a hot tub, at a pool, at the beach. In the terms of service, it says if the situation, like it's situationally dependent. If you are a VTuber are wearing a bikini and you're at the beach in your background, that is actually fine. So when I say this, Iron Mouse even commented on this saying, look, if you want, go commission or get a beach background or some shit, slap that shit in the background and you can still wear it. Don't complain. There's nothing that's actually changed. People are blowing it far out of more proportion than it actually is. And from all that I can see, yeah, that's the case. I forgot to change this. Is what I forgot to change. That's why. So now this should run correctly? No, it's very much one of those, like, I actually feel really bad for a lot of these companies. So YouTube does this as well. A lot of people comment on YouTube for this. It's like YouTube has very ambiguous rules. And the rationale is because the moment you hard write a lot of those rules, people find ways around them. It's undoubtedly what's going to happen. And before you go, no, that's not going to happen. We've seen it. That's the problem. We have seen them do this before. Alright, again. There we go. That's what we wanted. Now, if we keep rolling through. Next level of it should give us the thing. Is it the final level? No, it's the final level. Cool. There we go. Okay, so we have now done what we wanted to do with this. This is great. Situationally, there are female streamers streaming from their room with filled inflatable pool in background. yes and no. Again, there is issues that exist. I'm not disputing that. But one of the mistakes that a lot of people are making with these arguments, if you see this stuff and it is actually like against terms of service, report it. Don't go and call out and go like, oh, see, they're allowed to do it. It's like, no, it's actually, they're not allowed to do it. You are just making it as an argument, right? But no, having ambiguous rules is necessary because it means that they can be contextual, because there's context to every situation. And that needs to always be like an effort that needs to be made and maintained in all of these things. One of the biggest slash oldest on the platform of French YouTube got a 2-week Twitch ban after an Among Us-like game taking place in a monastery. Oh, I know that one. I know that game. That's the one where like it's the social deception where it's like one person's like the head sister, isn't it? And you're all trying to escape. As the High Nun, he killed an NPC and made a joke saying, I'm sure. Okay, well now that one's yeah. I mean that does go against terms of service, sadly. But no, I do know the game you're talking about. I've seen it before. It's actually a cool game. I think it's cool. In context, a dark joke, but it was alright. Well, no, actually, I will say that's one of those jokes that, regardless of context, that's gonna hit terms of service problems. Like that's the thing. I will go on that one. Like that's a ban that I can actually say, yeah, you kind of went too far with that. Because the terms of service does have some very strict rules around terms, wording like that. It's always important to consider that like you're talking to terms of service of the platform. Like on YouTube, one thing that I know I screw up a little bit on, but there are certain words that are much more strictly policed on YouTube than I would have thought, because it's an American-based company. So one of the big ones is there's a word, and I've talked about this before, it's pretty much outside of America is a fairly normal word. And especially in Australia or New Zealand, it's actually just a word. It's not actually got that much of a negative connotation to it. And I've found, especially in my age groups, pretty much no one's actually offended by it. Unless you're using it in an actual derogatory context, which is not as often. And it's probably synonymous with asshole and all that. And I'm pretty sure I may have hinted at this enough by now, but it also starts with C. However, in YouTube's terms of services, that word is treated synonymously with words that are racial derogatory. I'm not kidding. And that is actually a big deal. Then there's a problem of the moderation stuff too. Imagine the girl that was caught having... Yeah, that one was a weird one. I still think that situation was handled very poorly. And I do agree that it's like, that's not okay. Look at me being clueless. I don't actually know if the French would know this word too well, but it's C-U-N-T. I'm sure you can get that now. But yeah, so that word is treated synonymously with stuff like the N-word on YouTube. I don't know if that's the case on Twitch though, but hey. Not saying every mod/admin's bad. Well, I mean, like, the problem is, right, is that it looks like they're putting a lot of effort into revamping some of the stuff behind the scenes with how they handle a lot of that moderation, and they're actually, like, making better clarification rules and things like that. So there's probably some miscommunications going on as well. And it's... Yeah, again, there's things that you need to consider. Like, again, it's certain words within certain settings have actually no negativity to them as well. But because, like for example, again, with YouTube, there are some words that are just the ban list, and I have to avoid them, even though they'd be in common speech for me. Like, I'm not kidding, when I'm talking with friends, one or two words, they're just common words that are said, and I have to actually put an active effort into not saying them on stream, because they're not acceptable. But then there's the situation where, like, I could say the word Jewish, and on its own, in its, like, individualized context, for the most part, it's probably fine. But in relation to the joke, like mentioned earlier, that's not acceptable. Because that is a potentially quite a fucked up thing to say. But then there's also the argument that they've had a lot of problems with their systems, apparently, and automation systems in the back end, from what it looks like, which is what's hit a lot of like VTubers and other streamers. If you get Twitch bans, you can negotiate some sort of settlement to get told that you can't do it in order to get a lift. Well, I mean, like, one of the big things at the moment that's getting made as an effort is now we're actually getting, like, on Twitch, there's better systems for telling you what you got banned for, which is something that we didn't really have before. Which is huge. Like, being actually informed what you're banned for and getting information around that is going to improve this platform substantially, because it means that it gives the individual an opportunity to actually reflect over why they were banned, potentially have a better chance of talking back and going, hey, this isn't the case, and getting the case reviewed, or meaning that in the future they can go, okay, now I know better what to avoid. There's one individual that you might not think of, but Project Melody actually knows the terms of service really fucking well, because she's only been banned once. And if you think about the stuff that she does, that's incredible that she's only been banned once, with some of these other VTubers have been banned multiple times. Because she knows what you can and cannot do really, really well. You can get away with a lot. You are fine for the most part. But there's just that one or two things. It's just, it really sucks because bans are so detrimental to a streamer. Especially say a month ban. A month ban is deadly to a streamer. Right? That's how that goes. I mean, the point of the joke was to roleplay a crazy character. It was supposed to be outrageous, understanding that... Yeah, no, I would say, like, even within that context, that's still a context that's unacceptable, is kind of more the point. I can't get away with my friends. Nothing happened. Damn, it's great. But, like, that's kind of that point, right? Is, like, context shouldn't be also used as a scapegoat. That's why I say, like, that's why that situation with that wording is unacceptable to me, and how I can understand the ban is because even within the context, that would be unacceptable to terms of service. That's like me basically screaming at the top of my lungs, I'm gonna kill someone or whatever. No, that's not acceptable. Because that's just not acceptable regardless. You can't go outside and do that and then go, nah, I was making a joke with my friend. It's like, if the police got called on you, and they're gonna still act like that, you're gonna get a warning. You're probably gonna get a fine. Are you going to argue that you should have gotten that or not? No, that's you creating public disorder. That's actually within the rules. Everyone went woman too far. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, anything's acceptable if you're dumb enough. Fucking how the modern day, like, Kevins and Karens work, I think. Dude, that's one of the things I try and avoid doing, is I try and avoid watching those videos on YouTube and Twitter and stuff. But every once in a while, one pops up on my feed and I'll watch one where it's just like, this annoying person, like, feeling super entitled and all that, and looking at it. And there was one where it's like, the woman pushed past someone, it was about pushing past people basically and saying keep out of my way. And so, well, that's not a nice way to start a fucking statement with someone. And then going off on someone's daughter, he comes over and is like, that's my daughter, you can fuck off. Then she goes, gets the stuff and goes like, oh, he stood on my foot. It's like, no. This dude's recording this. He did not stand on your foot. Don't even do this shit. It's irritating. And is that sort of entitlement? I hate. That's why I try and avoid that stuff as much as possible, because it just pisses me off. So, at least I guess no viewer ever thought it was something to make an apology of. I mean, saying hey too far is too late, right? Saying the thing is punishable. Being apologetic for saying it makes it a little bit more acceptable, but it's still the fact that you said it. You have to keep in mind with like Twitch and YouTube, so one of the big things with this is they need to protect their interests. You're on their platform, you have to abide by their rules. They're using you for advertisement. Therefore, their advertisers have to be willing to accept things, which is why there was the big like first adpocalypse on YouTube, because what happened, and I feel like a few people forget this, is that the Taliban were using YouTube and monetizing their videos. And surprisingly enough, people that were like the companies that were getting their ads on the channel, on the platform, they didn't want that. They didn't want to basically be funding stuff like that. That's very unacceptable, and that's fair. I think that that should be approached pretty universally, is that public domain things that are like governmentary and all that should not be advertisable. I do not think a government or a web page or YouTube channels and stuff like that should be monetizable, because that's kind of fucked. They should be official and they should just be straight to the point. So that's important to keep in mind. But yeah, so that was the first real true adpocalypse, and that's where that kind of comes to. Would you like to hear about the new concept? I mean, share with me. Go right ahead. What I found funny is that in the French streamer group, everyone was like, let's put our banned friends profile pic. Well, he's banned, just get him more trouble. God damn it. That's concerning. God damn. But yeah, it's a difficult one when you start getting to like organizations like that getting monetized. That's why they don't do it. And it's just a slippery slope from that point onwards of just constantly going like, okay, well, these advertisers don't want this. They need to work to their advertisers because they need to make money too on their platform. So, yeah, no, at the end of the day, I actually understand where they're coming from for all of this. It makes a lot of sense. So if someone says something that goes against their terms of service, that's because their terms of service is to save them from problems from legal issues with their advertisers and stuff. They end up just doing in Discord because they don't actually want to get in trouble. Yeah. I mean, like, that makes sense. I mean, the other thing as well is that if I recall correctly, isn't it ruling in Twitch's terms of service that if you stream with someone that's banned, you also can be banned because it's considered ban evasion? If I recall correctly. So you always have to be careful with that stuff as well. Can't really even talk about them too much, I believe. I'm not sure on that. But I know that you cannot stream with them. Which, I mean, 100% makes sense, right? Ban evasion of any kind is normally something that in most places will not treat very well. He literally didn't open Discord while he was banned. That's actually kind of cool. I understand that. It's a little sucky, but like that's a big respect thing there of realizing, hey, I don't want to cause problems for other people. So for safety's sake, I'm not gonna like accidentally do something that might get a friend banned, right? I think that's completely reasonable. But yeah, no, it is also sucky that you can't talk with your mates. I'd definitely be kind of upset by that. Yellow. As I said, it's probably out of the still active friendship. Who've been there the longest. You got time to learn stuff? Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Let's get this one started. What OS am I using? Windows. What? Very confusing question to ask. My new model is going to be somehow more unique than everyone else's. Messy hair, goofy ass move. I am the nerd. Hell yeah. I love every time though I hear like I'm gonna unique YouTube like VTuber or something like that. It just makes me chuckle. Like, do you realize how many VTubers are made daily, just about? Not saying the idea has definitely been done before, but the idea has definitely been done before. It's so fucking funny to me though, eh? It's why I'm not gonna lie, that is actually something that puts me off the VTubing thing a little bit, is that I'm just like, I don't want to just be one of the sames, but I can't think of anything as well that's unique and interesting enough that's like different that I would be happy with. Because let's be honest, we've all had enough of dog boys and demon boys. Like hot demons and dog-ish characters, like we've seen them done to the end of days with VTubers. We need a fucking little bit of pushback on that now. What the fuck else do I do? I remember you talked about a sponsored video that never came out because sponsors. It was with the now closed Maxis studio. Oh shit. They thought a joke where Soldier was standing in front of them in the grandpa. Oh god. Yeah. I mean, like, that's, was it the Vanos crew, I think is their name. They got, like, they had, sponsorship with, I think it was Ubi or something for ages. And then it stopped because they started, like, in their words, they got basically treated as too edgy, so they were no longer getting sponsorships from there. It happens a lot. I mean, I've openly said this, I'm probably not going to get a lot of sponsorships in my future if I do end up getting bigger. From like VPNs and shit, because I've talked so poorly of them. Because the mistake that like I have with those is just okay, shorthand is My hate on VPNs is realistically, if you want a VPN, the only reason you actually want a VPN is so you can stream on Netflix from different countries. They are not as good of a security thing as they're made out to be. Really not. The difference that they make is minute overall. And yeah, no, genuinely the only actual benefit of using a VPN is being able to use it to go stream something from a different country. That's it. The data protection and prevention and stuff like that, there is so many better answers to that situation. And the shorthand is, it's not actually as protected as it is made out to be. It's really not. How much nerd guy VTubers have you seen in the past? Saw in my life? I've seen a fair few, actually. I think it was for a SimCity game. But it was their game review that they said the game was meh, so they contacted Maxis, became so angry, and the devs came, and they said they were sorry for that. Yeah, happens. I mean, that's the thing, right, is when, okay. Can I speak to something that, like, I hated with the treatment Black Myth Wukong got? So the Wukong game, there was a release for early access people where they could speak only certain things and they couldn't speak about certain subjects while playing the game. That is very common. If you get a sponsorship deal of some kind, they will have conditions. Often, the condition is that you need to speak somewhat positively of the game. You can't speak too negatively. You need to inform them that it's an ad because that's a legal requirement. And you need to advertise a way to acquire the game, the one that they've given you. So it's like, hey, this is on early access on Steam, or hey, this is this is early access, it's going to be on Steam, you can wishlist it now. These things like that is very commonly in the requirements for when you're doing these sponsorship deals for a game, for example. In Black Myth Wukong, they had specifically, you could not speak on like political issues, on stuff like COVID-19, things like this, and I'm like, no, this makes sense because people are being fucking morons already, so they're covering their fucking asses. And it became a huge thing of like, oh my god, how dare they? And it's like, you're getting the game, early access for free, you can shut the fuck up. You're getting paid to play this as well. If you don't agree with these terms, don't agree, don't play it, and go play it when it comes out, and then you have full right to say what the fuck you want. I hate it. And the devs have to come and excuse the project. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. But like, that is something that's very common nowadays, though, is that if a sponsorship, you can't typically speak negatively of the game. That's very, very commonly a rule. One thing I stand by is I wish there were better contracts around that, because now we don't have Total Biscuit, which is someone that would brute force their way through those contracts and ensure that they could speak an honest review, which I think is very essential nowadays. Something I've said very openly to people that have wanted to play this game is I don't actually mind if you have negativity of the game. Just make sure that if you're gonna like be negative of the game, try and be constructively negative. Because I want to be able to benefit from it. If you're just gonna shit talk the game and be like awful, okay, sure, but I'm not gonna listen to you then. Like, I'll listen to you, but I'm also just probably not gonna intake anything because you're being an ass. Like when Zyko did play the game, a lot of his negativity towards it I actually think is agreeable. He made a lot of comments on how the UI was definitely not up to snuff. There was a couple of little errors here and there, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's fair. Fair criticism, I agree. Stuff that needs to be worked on. That's what I'm working on now. So how do you think then? What type of theme is the least unique in the VTubing world? I think that animal ones are meh. For you? I mean, if we're talking male VTubers, one of the most ununique things in there is demons. There is so many male demon VTubers out there, or some variant on that is pretty common. Why, like, if I was to commit to doing the design I originally had, I would commit more to an ambiguous concept. Less than a demon, more like demon, dragon, mix, mythology things. Like, another thing that's also done to the end of days in VTubers in general is deity concepts. Do I think there's room still to work on that? It's cool, plenty of things, but like, it's difficult. As for female VTubers, what would I consider is probably one of the most overdone concepts? I mean, I could just make the argument of like cat girl, fox girl is probably one of the most overdone, but there's nothing wrong with them. Like, it's an overdone one, but it's still a pretty good one in my eyes. But I will openly admit that I have a soft spot for cat girls, so, you know, maybe I'm not the right person to ask. But I do think it's one of the more common ones, right? Like, ironically enough, female VTubers have a lot more range that I've seen them play around with. We're now getting monster girl VTubers a lot more. We're getting all sorts of demons and demon variations. We're getting mixed hybrid things. I mean, fucking Shy Lily's a hybrid thing. She's a cat and an orca. She's an orcat, if I recall correctly, is the actual phrasing of it. Her power comes from an eldritch deity. Don't ask how many VTubers have an eldritch deity as like the origin of their power, by the way. It's way too fucking many. I should make a rock VTuber. I 100% agree. Dude, it's niche, wild stuff like that that actually works. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if I was to make one nowadays, there's something I saw recently that I wanted to, like, use as a reference. If I was to do it. Give me a second, I'll see if I can find it. But I thought this looked really cool. Someone made a pixel art VTuber thing. And I thought that looked really cool. This one. I think this is what I would probably do if I was to do one at the moment. And again, this is me being like very loose on the statement. It's this person's like rigging thing. This looks really cool. I really like this. By the way, this is actually animated. Give it a second, it'll load correctly. Like, look at this. This looks awesome. The quality is insane for this. I love this. Now let's just have a thought of Lovecraft cats. You mean Nyanas? Not even kidding. By the way, if you could choose which of my concepts are better fitting, military theme or nerd one. For what you've said you want to use it for, I would say the nerd one, personally. I definitely think that sounds pretty solid. All those VTubers want some Eldritch origin, but they forget that the father of Eldritch had a cat with a racist name. Yes! Dude, okay. Something that a lot of people forget is that, yeah, no. H.P. Lovecraft was a bit of a racist. Just a little. Just a little. But no, I think this looks incredible. I think this person's fucking awesome. So I 100% think if I was to do like a kind of VTuber myself, this is how I would approach it, how this person's done it. It's just fucking cool. It's 100% awesome. Massive props to the person that did that. So what is this notification? Oh, it's just someone liking the splash art for Shy Lily. I still get random ass likes from time to time for that stuff, which is not a bad thing. It's kind of cool. I'm glad people still like those. Ah. No, I'm not showing that because that's just disconcerting. Someone made a Mudang, like, ultra realistic cake. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's fucking awful. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I'd get myself a rock golem. Can't evade the meaning of... Yes. Dude, it's just gonna be like one of the sentinels from League of Legends. That actually sounds hysterical. And one of those sentinels just wearing, like, the fucking cat ears clip. Mega ultra realistic VTubers. We've proven that high quality realism VTubers are not actually liked, by the way. And we proved that with Iris's original design. Again, this is that thing of when you see those like masks of like the realistic anime girl and someone dressed up as that, and it looks so eerie and creepy. Versus like actually seeing someone cosplay the character or seeing them in the anime. This is the perfect combination of that, right? Why do you not like this? It's because it's really disconcerting because we don't actually like that. It's why when you edit someone to look more anime with like larger eyes than actually physically human, it looks so wrong. It needs to be enough different that you can accept it, but see enough of an acceptable pattern, or it needs to be like realistic first, and then trying to pull itself to that fake a little bit. There's a line, yeah, no, exactly. There's a perfect like there's a no man's zone of these things, is what I'd call it. Uncanny Valley, yeah, that sort of thing, right? But there's a no man's zone where like it's realistic that's actually realistic and then slightly maybe faked and stuff like that. It's cool, fine. I mean, most cosplay, like high-end cosplay stuff is edited videos and images. Like they do actually edit them with stuff, so their eyes are slightly bigger and all that. But it's within a specific range to make it acceptable. Whereas like, yeah, again, anime can't become too realistic, and same with VTubers. Because the moment it goes over that, they become a lot less pleasant for the majority. I mean, wasn't, if I recall correctly, Shrek was actually an example of this. They originally had it a lot more realistic. But then they actually toned it down because the initial audiences of kids got fucking nightmares and like actually wanted to run out the theater and shit because it was so like actually messed up. Yet it was exactly the same content, but it was just slightly more high quality. You don't actually want high quality in those situations because it looks really fucked. This is why there was so much shit talking towards Sonic and stuff. What if I could do a model based on pre-rendered art base from Blender and PSX stuff? I mean, it could work. Again, it's try things, see what, fucking throw shit at the wall, see what sticks. I can't tell you what's definitely gonna work. I can tell you things that probably won't, but that's the best I could do. Gotta find out the answers yourself. It's the fun part. If pixel art can work, then why not 3D pre-rendered? Yeah. Made all spaghetti monster VTuber. I think I got him on. Oh god. Dude, are you gonna become the spaghetti monster from What's that one religion? Quick, does anyone remember? It's the Mormons, is it? The space spaghetti monster? I'm not actually joking, by the way. This is a real religion that believes in this thing. It's incredible. I love it. Space spaghetti monster, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's the Mormons. Because it's something that, like, should immediately tip you off. Always should be an immediate tip off on things. Is if a ex-sci-fi writer creates a religion. Heard of that cult? No, it's not considered a cult. It's considered a full religion. That's the best part. But yeah, no, if your religion is designed by someone that used to write sci-fi, you should probably consider yourself a few times before you get there. Just the thought. Just the thought. Who would have thought? It's an incredible concept, right? Where religion is used for tax evasion? Yes. Dude, why wouldn't you want to fucking, commit tax evasion? I cannot condone this action. Legally speaking, I'm not condoning tax evasion. YouTube, we good, right? Twitch, we good, right? I'm not condoning it. It's within the context. Now I'm thinking, why about even horny? Womanly things? I mean, are you genuinely asking why a human being is horny? You do realize the vast majority of people are actually, like, quite sexually driven, right? Women are no exception to this. We think horny teenagers are bad. Horny female teenagers are pretty fucking horrendously bad. Just do your taxes legally by finding how to pay the least possible. Exactly. Philosophy, brother. I mean, if we're going into philosophical reasons of why is Bao as down bad as she is, I think we've got to have a real long discussion. Because, like, we've heard some of the things that those, like, thirst VTubers that, like, talk about this stuff have done. And I'm sorry, but the moment, like, the concept of a Wii remote or recorder gets introduced to some of the things that has been potentially inserted, is just like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've stuck my stuff in places I probably shouldn't have, but that's a bit of a weird one to me. Bit of an eye raiser. I can't think of sticking a remote anywhere like that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. My friend has banned the Wii remote for that reason with his ex. Oh no. Oh no. That is a thing. That is indeed a thing. A concerning thing, nonetheless. I can't understand that. Man, I can't understand that. Again, big difference is that I'm less likely to just like randomly want to insert things than I am to insert myself. But it's, I don't know, like it feels like the same kind of concept to me as like seeing an exhaust pipe in a car and going, yeah, I want to. No, I don't. I really don't. What? But you got a couple of others, so it's fine. I don't know if I'd say that's fine. Now here, there's a better question. Why male VTubers are less thirsty than female ones? Are we better at controlling it than them? I would 100% disagree with that. The vast majority of male VTubers I've seen are like... The vast majority of popular male VTubers have a aspect of thirst still to them in terms of their concept. Those that don't still play it in casually. For example, Sayu, right? Like Sayu will go, oh damn, right? Like we all do that. But overall, I would say it's because, again, it's just kind of general nature with the majority of men that I have seen it with. But with those that don't do it, again, like, I would argue that's the same with women, right? I would argue, like, Mouse is in a very sexually orientated discussion VTuber, unless she's with those that would talk about that, and it means that she can actually kind of talk about it and feel comfortable with that. I mean, Mel is an incredibly vanilla person, actually, and very, very sweethearty when given the opportunity to not actually be in the situation we should talk about that stuff. She's just very open about talking about that stuff because it's kind of, in a sense, her way of proving, hey, everyone thinks about these things. So... But I think Nya's kind of right with that one, though. There is, like, men are usually used to having to repress those sorts of expressions. Men are very used to having to repress a lot of their feelings, thoughts, and stuff like that, and be quite a very specific thing. So I think that's something that is definitely an aspect of it. I guess it's just kind of like, maybe my short argument is that as a guy, you're less likely to notice a guy being thirsty than you would notice a girl, because you're not a girl, or you're not a woman, so you're not likely to make the, like, distinction the same way. Because I would say it's pretty even. Again, something that's very clearly misunderstood across the board, and I'm not saying this is the case here, but, like, both all genders are thirsty a lot more than people think, and especially in my experience, women are a lot more thirsty than people think they are. I mean, who wants to be called out for being a creep? Yes, that is definitely a thing, because, like, I do feel that, especially nowadays, a female streamer that goes heh boobies is definitely more acceptable than a guy going heh boobies, because it's just, there's a different standard to that. But yeah, again, that's kind of that double standarding sort of thing. I do think that there's some legitimacy to it, though. And I do think that, like, one of the biggest problems is that, in my experience with men, is that there's a hard time understanding context with a lot of those things. So, where they might think it's acceptable to say that, it's not, so they think that they're not allowed to say it whatsoever, so then they stop saying it. There is context where it's acceptable to make those kinds of statements and thoughts and expressions open, but there's also, like, especially if you're one guy in a group of women that clearly aren't comfortable with that kind of humor, yeah, it's unacceptable. But it's really difficult when those same women are making those jokes and you're in the middle of there, and it's uncomfortable if you make that joke, but it's fine when they're making it, because now you're in a situation of, how do I interact with this situation? How thirsty you want to be anyway? Is enough, and what's too much according to it? I think that's definitely up to the individual thing. If we're going into the philosophy of thirst. I love how we're going into the philosophy of thirst. But I do think that's one of those like very contextual things of like, I personally don't really like thirst content that much. I've watched thirst VTubers, and most of the time the only ones I actually find interesting are ones that I just think they're actually interesting external to the thirst shit. Like, I still think Feifei's a hysterical individual that's actually very sweet, but I'll admit that she's 100% a fucking thirst VTuber, which is not a bad thing. It's how she does her content. If it's one of those, if you don't like it, just don't irritate her and move on. I also think it's definitely not applies all men and those who are, yeah, well, I mean, like, that's that thing, right? Is it's groups, it's sections of this stuff. I just think that, like, we can see some consistencies across the board, especially in Western, right? Did you say no, Feifei. Feifei, I think, is her thing, right? Probably one of the more prevalent VTubers. Fifi-chan. Is it Fifi? Is how it's pronounced? Feifei? Fifi? Whatever. This one. I'm not going to scroll down for my own sake. Because I believe, I mean, this alone being their pinned thing for like over, or like almost a year should indicate that, right? Let's see. Yeah, that's a comment there. Let's see how far I can scroll without getting into. All right then. And that's the end of us scrolling. But yeah, I follow her. I think she's a funny individual. Sure, I will not deny because of her, like, at least once or twice a day I will see a thirst comment on my thing from her. But it is what it is. Who named himself after his favorite card and has to stick to it even though it's become really bad now. Ah, it's always a sucky thing. It's one of the biggest YouTube content creators. I mean, I'm talking about... Oh, dude, did I fucking say once we get monetized I'm gonna have to play YouTube, fucking duel, like the Duels Master or whatever? Oh, God. I hate that I made that agreement. I don't want to play a game like that. Shit's gonna be awful. I have seen thing that should stay out of my sight now. What? But yeah, no, good. Oh my god, let's see, have a... This is fine as that color. This needs to be... Getting back and getting into Yu-Gi-Oh is hard. Like, that's the thing. I've said this before, when we did talk about it at one point. The reason why I'm not wanting to really ever touch Yu-Gi-Oh is because the decks I enjoy the most are gimmicky combo decks that are like really bad normally to play. But if you're good at the game and you have good knowledge and understanding of the meta and like what to expect, you can play them still. Hearthstone Megathune is one of my favorite play styles, and finding decks to make that work has always been one of my favorite things. That's the point, is that like that requires me knowing what's in the meta cycling to know how to approach that. Do I need to go for a control orientated version? Do I need to go for a hyper combo one? Do I need one that basically triggers the shit on turn 5? Like, how aggressive can I be? What kind of shit that I need in my deck? Do I need to fucking run this card or that card? These are the things that I was good at with Hearthstone for a long time, because I'd played Hearthstone since it basically came out. Same with Legends of Runeterra, as I was really good at Legends of Runeterra, and I would always love playing my silly, stupid combo decks. But with Yu-Gi-Oh, there is too much for me to get into now to be able to accomplish that. It would take me far too long to accomplish that. A pain for online play. Those decks are really fun. Yeah, exactly, right? When it's with friends, it's a completely different argument, because there is a deck that I have on Hearthstone that is horrendously bad to climb the ladder with, but it's really fun to play with friends because of how awful it is. And I've literally called it Stockholm Syndrome. It's a Shuttlewalk deck in Hearthstone, a Shuttlewalk Shaman deck that is designed specifically to make it so you cannot play cards. And you can never lose the game. The opponent, if I play it correctly, the opponent can never lose, but they can never beat me. That is the idea of the build. I do have some ways to win the game if I need to, because I did make some options for it, but if I'm playing with the right people, no, I would never play those cards out, and I would never have to concern myself. It's a fun as hell thing to play. I love that. With Yu-Gi-Oh, it's more learn of stuff, learn as you play. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing with most card games, is it should be learn as you play. The difference is that, like, the entry for Yu-Gi-Oh is so high now that while a casual person would probably be fine, I wouldn't, because I will get bored of playing standard decks. I would want these wild, wacky combo decks, and I don't want to just go net deck. I think net decking sucks ass unless you want to, like, hardcore climb. Because the worst part is most of the time when you net deck, they don't actually tell you how to play the deck. So, play Yu-Gi-Oh deck that plays a card that banishes all monsters from both decks. Oh, Christ. Okay, that sounds actually atrocious. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, one of the ones I'd love to do, and this is why I stand by, I fucking love it, is whenever I see, like, those decks that are hyper summon orientated and run card destruction, because you just wait for the opponent to play max, activate max C, and you're like, ha 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 ha. Oh boy. That's funny as shit to me. But again, that's the problem with those, with card games in general, is that for those combo decks, for every, like, really good game, there's, like, 3 average-ish games, and then, like, 7 shit games. And I just don't want to slog through that. Not on another one. Decking someone out who plays Max C is fine. Yeah, no, 100% right. I mean, that's why mill decks are the worst thing in the universe, and everyone hates them, even if they're almost always, undoubtedly, one of the fucking worst things. Which, oh, can I talk about that again? Fucking Fiddlesticks gets introduced to Legends of Runeterra, and his entire concept is he's like the embodiment of fear, and the fact that they decided to make him a fucking mill deck is actually so funny. What is your strongest thing? Oh, I can make you scared. What is it? It's a mill deck. Without banless, mill is the best deck. I could see that very easily. Yeah, no, I can see that very easily. I mean, the fact that in Hearthstone, there is like 2 or 3 cards that have been nerfed so many times, and it's because, like, mill-ish, like mill sub decks were really strong. Because there's a specific druid deck that existed and was just a way too oppressive. So keep in mind, in Hearthstone, drawing cards is way better than it is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the fact that there's resources, right? So there is a card called Processing. Path. Stone. Due process, sorry. There's this card. Oh, that didn't show me the actual card. See if we can actually find it. Might have to go to the official thing for it. Gonna go do some art base and blend a few models. See you later. Catch you later, Miller. This is gonna show. Alright, it's on the very side here. Due processing. So this card here has been nerfed quite a bit. So this is a really scary card. So for the rest of the game, players draw an extra card at the start of their turn. So at the start of your turn, you draw one card. With this, you'll draw 2 cards. This used to be 2 mana. Now you can only have 2 copies in a deck, keep in mind, of non-legendary cards. Like, that's a big consideration. Why this was so broken is because of another card that existed. There was a 2 mana... yeah, see, here you go. Now costs 4 up from 2. It was a 2 mana card that Druid also had, a 2 mana spell, that doubles your next spell. So you could play for 4 mana a card that basically means at the start of every turn, you're drawing 3 cards. So it means you build your deck with the idea that you're drawing potentially 3 to 5 cards at the start of your turn with a max hand size of 10. You build your deck with that in mind, and as Druid, you could easily get way too much mana very, very easily. So you could just spam shit out easily with still having high cost cards. Your opponent could not keep up with that most of the time, so they would mill a lot of cards. If they were a combo deck, that's atrocious because potentially they lose a combo piece. The weakness of this card was always the fact that it was really bad into aggro. Why? Because aggro has cheap curve and their weakness is card draw. Right? That's why Maxi is banned in TCG. Yeah, like I can see that. But like that's a big thing that needs to be considered with these cards, is there's always a upside and a downside. The problem was the decks you could make with this was too consistent to the point that it got obscene. One of the other ones that also made it too obscene was Twig of, let's see, is it Twig of the World Tree? And this card got nerfed hard, by the way. So this is a weapon. This is basically if you swing it 5 times, it breaks. And Death Rattle is when it is broken or dies, or removed in a sense. It will trigger this effect. 4 mana, 1/5. So you have to hit 5 times to break it. Death Rattle, refresh your mana crystals. What you would do... So let's just talk about the nerf to this. Now reads refresh, previously gain 10 mana crystals. Why this is really good is because when Guff got introduced, which was a hero card, it meant your cap was moved from 10 to 20 as a druid. What is good about that? This is plus 10, specifically 10. What it means is that if you had like 5 mana, so the turn after playing this, you would get 50, you would have 15 mana. Why is this obscene? Because this is a death rattle. What you would do is you would run Sphere of Sapience, which is a 1 mana weapon. That means you could, at turn 5 or so, play Twig, immediately break it, and just get 10 free mana. Turn 4 or 5, if you do things correctly, you're now sitting at like 15 mana. To express this, turn 5, you normally will have 5 mana. Now, Druid could do this even sooner if they get a really good draw. This was not hard. This is very consistent. So there was a very realistic chance at like turn 3, maybe, a druid would have over 10 mana available to them, and they could start playing cards that you actually couldn't deal with. And they had, then what you'd do with this deck, because it also was back when, like, I think the point when this was the strongest was when Sire Denathrius hadn't been nerfed. Or, what's his name? The mana, dude that came next. Vargoth, I think it was, right? Point is, you would basically have a unit that could end the game, and you could play them several turns ahead of when you're supposed to, before they would even actually be able to counteract it. So it was like, imagine a combo deck, but instead of having restrictions, it just didn't. The restriction is normally mana cost, so it needs to be like turn 8 before you normally do this combo. They can do it on like turn 4 or 5. And it's balanced around the fact that you're supposed to be able to only do it by like turn 8 normally. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has to introduce such shit just to make the mechanic. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is Yu-Gi-Oh's weakness is that it doesn't typically have resource costs in the same regard as most other games, like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone. And will always make it, because it makes it that it can always teeter on that edge of having a combo deck be way too strong, because the limitation is arguably only card draw. So there's a lot of really bad stuff. No, but the time this was the most broken was when they introduced a card that was a neutral card. I think it was like 2 mana. And what it was Battlecry, draw a weapon from your deck. So it means that you hard mill for your weapons in that, and you're just basically turn 4-5 guarantee getting max mana and be able to spam shit out. It's way too consistent. It's always the weakness. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about how to find advantage of a specific cost of a card. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is that it's very very structured in a lot of its regards. It doesn't have many wide synergy concepts to it. It's very linear concepts, in my experience, to benefit and negative of it. I personally don't like the style of Yu-Gi-Oh! As much. Like I said, I like Hearthstone a lot, but the problem is that I like Wild Hearthstone more, because of some of the combinations that you can do in that and how interesting and intricate it could get. But the problem is Wild has now gotten too big. And now, if you want to play Wild in Hearthstone, you need a combo that's pretty consistently able to activate by turn 3 and win you the game. If you can't end the game on turn 3, at least some of the time, you will lose. Because the game is typically set and done by turn 5. If you are a somewhat control-y deck versus anything else, and it's past turn 5, you've got a really high chance of winning. If you're an aggro deck, you've probably either actually killed them or made them burn enough resources by turn 5, you're just over. For example, in my banned monster deck, I need to take 3,000 damage to trigger. For that, I use 300 attack monster attributes and an enemy offset together runs a shitload of 0 attack. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, like it comes down to that stuff. Again, I said, like, Mechathune is one of my favorites because if you don't know what Mechathune is, yeah, like how it reads in Hearthstone is it's a 10 mana 10/10 mech that has a death rattle that says if your deck, hand, and board are all empty, win the game. So basically, if it dies and there's nothing on your board after it dies, and there is nothing in your hand, and there is nothing in your deck, you just win. I love that card. I really fucking do. So, That is exactly what I enjoy the most. Is something like that where I'm playing to a combo and it's just, I need to prevent my opponent from stopping me to getting to that point. That is what I love the most. But nowadays, like, the most effective way to play it is really shit. The most effective way to play it is with Druid and to just actually just mill yourself out. And slowly play off all of these really potent cards that would normally win the game themselves, but just doesn't. It's your final, like, ditch effort, and they're at a point where it's like, shit, we can't do anything. I mean, Mechathune is Cthulhu, so there's always a chance like it was either Cthulhu or, yeah, the Mechathune that you had for it. Because it's a rift on that, which is always fun. But, like, I love that card. I really hope they do more of that sort of concept where it's like these specialized OTK combos that do require setup. I love that shit. But now Hearthstone's perspective is more value orientated. They want you to win with value or aggro. That is often how I've seen the cards going now. So instead, like, more modern cards are like, one of the big ones I see is if your deck is like below a certain amount of cards or empty or stuff like that. That was one of the big Warlock styles for a while. I mean, one of the Warlock decks I play, and shit on me all you like for this one. I'm 100% open for people hating me for this. I play Demon Seed Warlock, which is, it's what's called a quest line. So it's a legendary spell you start the game with in your hand, guaranteed. That's 1 mana, so you just play it turn 1. Take 10 damage, so it means, well, let me phrase it better. Hello, Max. Hey, Max. But like how it works is it has, as a quest line, it has 3 phases. If you complete the first 2 phases, you get to the final phase, and then you get the final reward, which is normally a special card. The phases for this is take damage on your turn. You need to take 10 damage for each phase to get to the next phase. Any carryover damage is, like, not, doesn't matter. It gets wasted. So you don't want to overtake too much damage. When, the reward for the other 2 ones, so the first reward and the second reward, is deal 3 damage with lifesteal to your opponent's, like, hero. So it gives you a little bit of stabilization. So you heal +6 basically in total. Why does this all matter? The final reward. The final reward is insane. It is a 5 mana 7/7, which is pretty good. Battle Cry. For the rest of the game, on your turn, if your hero takes damage, redirect it to the enemy hero. So that basically means you can just nuke the shit out of them by nuking yourself on your own turn. And it's very easy to do. It's a horrendous deck to play against because it's basically once they get to a specific point, you just lose. Specifically with one card in particular. So it means, by the way, that when you run out of cards in your deck, you take what's called fatigue damage. That is also self-damage on your turn that they take. So you can just draw fatigue cards, and that deals damage to them, and those increase by 1 each time you draw a fatigue card. On top of this, there is a card that is worded 1 mana, very good, draw 2 cards, shuffle a copy of this into your deck, and take 3 damage. Spam the shit out of that. And you nuke the hell out of them. That basically means if you have 10 mana, you deal 30 damage. And you just keep spamming these cards. It no longer matters. It's a really frustrating deck to play against. You often win by turn like 4 or 5, and you don't even need to actually activate the quest line most of the time because of the other cards that you have in the deck. It's just a really good activator for those as well. Kind of regret having stopped Hearthstone. Honestly, don't. Hearthstone's in a horrendous state. The fact that... No, okay, let's play a single game to prove what the fuck I'm talking about, eh? I'm gonna show this deck. I'm just gonna play it, straight up. Just gonna hide this for a moment. But yes, I understand that, Max, though. Just saying a bunch of things that might not make sense. Yeah, this is why I hit it, because I knew this was gonna show my fucking email. I hate it. Thanks, Blizzard, for showing email. But you guys didn't see it. Yeah. I hate that when you log in. It shows that your email very temporarily. I mean, I could hide my camera. There we go. I love that gif so much. What do you mean? It's Venom having milk. The best part is the image on my Stream Deck for activating that is that actual GIF, so I just see that constantly off on the side. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna show the deck that I was saying, and it's fucking bad. I know it's almost been 2 years, but you've forgotten about it. No, I haven't forgotten about you, Faithful. What do you mean? Okay, so we're looking for... Here it is. Okay. I'm not going to use a deck tracker, so I'm going to have to do all of this from memory. I'm going to say this now, I'm not going to guarantee winning, but I'm going to show exactly what this deck does, because it's fucking awful. I find that hard to believe. You think I don't? I remember you talking on the bus from time to time. I remember you showing me images of where you hang out. Like, come on. I remember you falling out of a tree one time. Don't test me. I don't have that many viewers. You think I forget people? Oh my god. It's a stone tusk boar. I should run. Actually, this is probably not a great... So this was the one I was talking about, though. It's that card. That card's awful. But yeah, here we go. Quest. I'm just gonna get started. Also, I hope to God this isn't someone that takes like a million years to like get through all the things. Also got a GF recently. Nice. Oh god. Okay, this is a oh god, this is an aggro versus aggro deck. I'm not good. Okay, this card here is an example of one of the cards I don't need to worry about, like why I play this deck. So thank you for the extra damage, you dumbass. Because this is to me? Yeah, it's to me.
A little agony goes a long way.
Okay.
The demon seed.
Let's see if I can get this right.
Here for the tour?
Cool. Yeah, that was turn 3. Drew a bunch of cards, almost have my part 2 done, have decent stats on the board. Never stolen her sweater, but she made me a boot. Nice. But yeah, this deck is exactly why I hate this shit, man. Okay, so that's got to be like flame crap, right? Yeah, explosive trap. That's it. That's fine. Because now I play this. Where are we at on the thing? Yeah. Leave it at that, because it means that they need one additional damage. They could have a chance to kill me here. If they don't kill me this turn, I win the game. Are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hearthstone at this point? Basically. How have I been? I've been alright. Very busy. Very, very busy. Unnecessarily busy, honestly. But yeah, so that's Tamsin there. That's the final reward I was talking about. So let's see if they have that +1 damage that they need. Yep, they have it. Could I have won that previous turn? Probably. Could have just played my Infernal, honestly. Also, we don't talk about my profile picture. I can't see the profile picture from the stuff that I have. All I see is what you see on screen. I see that you're commenting on YouTube. That is it. But yeah. I'm not great at piloting that deck, and that was not a great matchup for me, the way I played it. But yeah, no, I have multiple like, I have the fact that you can see 3 decks here that are like completely meme ones. This one's kind of meme-ish as well. And then this is a mill deck because I hate people. And then this is an aggro deck, this is an aggro deck. This is kind of an aggro deck, but it's a fun aggro deck. And these ones are decks that I'm working on. Anyway, I've shown my point that I was trying to make. That was the Demon Seed deck. I want to make a control version of that, but for me, it's awful. It is such a painful deck to play against if it's played well. Also, I want to mention, if I make a control one, it's actually just going to be worse than that deck. That's the thing that like a lot of people misunderstand, is the moment you run like Renathal in a deck, you're often making it worse. That's the point. But no, they like having more cards because they think having a bigger deck is better. It's not. I stand by, if they ever decide to make an inverse Renathal that like loses you max health but means you have less cards in your deck, the game will be worse by such a significant margin because it's just going to be impossible to play. It's not milling your opponent, it's milling yourself. Oh, that makes sense. So it's kind of like the deep mechanic in fucking Legends of Runeterra, which I liked that one. But yeah, no, like, I mean, the fact is, when we're talking non-ban cards, one of the most notorious cards that comes to mind when talking ban list for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, Pot of Greed, right? A non-resource based draw 2 non-conditional card. Freely draw 2, which is basically minus... What, it's like minus 6 cards to deck? It's insane. Again, people underestimate how powerful it is just losing cards from your deck. Actually, no, it's not even minus 6, it's minus 9. Because you can put 3 of it in, and you count itself because it's a free card to play. So it's, yeah, it's minus 9 from your fucking deck. That's a lot of cards to remove. Just play Exodia, have fun. Draw card, haha. Exodia. I stand by, that's what I would want to play. I want to play Exodia if in Yu-Gi-Oh! If I played it. Yeah, it's overpowered, not even once per turn. That's what I mean, like, it's unconditional, it's unresource bound. There is nothing stopping you, it's just minus 2 cards from your deck. And they go into your hand initially, but you, it doesn't matter. Again, that's why I say, like, I will play Exodia, and that's why I'd love to play Exodia. Just draw cards and have fun. Even draw cards with heavy restrictions are limited? Yeah. No, it's pretty insane. So lost in this conversation right now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Not everyone plays card games, which is fair. They're definitely a bit of a specific kind of thing. Ooh, this is an interesting situation. How am I going to handle this? Okay, so this is a case that we've never actually got before because we've been dealing with the weapons this whole time. How are we going to do this? Okay, so to explain what I've just come across as an issue we're going to deal with. Draw this out very easily. Normally we're like, when we're talking a level up of a thing, it will check the variables in here against these variables, but we don't have level up as a issue normally. So what level up condition means is that when you level, it just triggers the thing. Which technically means often the value isn't actually increasing. Or, yeah. It's not plus, it's just take the value and do it again. That's what the case is with this one. That is a problem, because that's not going to convey correctly. Also, what's with this whole donate to LGBTQ thing in stores? Like, where is the money going? To me? I wish. Damn, same, I want that. What does VTuber game even mean? By description, I got the feeling it's vampire survivors, but anime girls hunt you in there. The shorthand is that imagine vampire survivors with the characters you play as are VTubers. If I launch the game very briefly, shouldn't crash at the moment because we haven't got anything. But these are our characters that we have. They're all actual VTubers. Okay, so who did we just do a second ago? Did use 5 chance, restore 2 health. Nice. Okay, and that's gonna be the next one. Working on the thing at the moment. To scale the XP requirement. I haven't done that yet, but there is actually inherent stuff for that. I'm tossing up how I'm going to approach it. Because Game Maker's got some weird stuff if I wanted to do a function system like that. Yeah. Damn, I still remember when you were making the character designs. To be fair, if I go all the way back, the first stream I did of this, it was actually, and I love this every time, was when we originally did the first directional arrow. And what it used to look like, which we don't have it anymore in here, because we drew it on the first stream of the development. Which is wild, because that was back when I think I don't even think we had a health bar at the time. I think we had an EXP bar. That was it. Everything else was just text on the screen. So the game has changed so much since then. What the sick? Oh god, don't. None of that, no. Okay, because I think like a Mothaholic isn't. This isn't. This is. I think with most of the on level up ones, I've tried to avoid having things. Wait, does this not scale based on level? No, it's all scaling internally. I'm a fucking reject. What the hell's wrong with me? I need to fix that. What the hell's wrong with me? Why have I done this way? Value 5, hold. How do I determine value 5? It's, -1 value cooldown. It's that. Oh, it's just 100% value? Okay, that's kind of wild that I didn't realize I'd done that. Sorry, I'm not used to working with game engines, mostly made games with custom engines and very small ones. I mean, same. I've made render engines and stuff with C++. That's why this is such a rough time. I've been using this for a long time, but I still am getting used to it. Most of this stuff though, so like with the level up stuff here, this is conditions I've made. So I'm trying to think the best way I'm going to approach stuff. Because keep in mind, while I've got all of these things are mostly me setting them up the way I have. That's why I'm confused at how I'm going to approach this situation, because I don't really have a great answer to this. Without like writing a very complex description structure. And I don't know if I really want to do that. I mean, would it actually be that complex? Tell you what, I think we can get away with this if I wrote it manually. This music is... I don't know what the fuck you're talking about at this point, Faithful. I feel very old, thanks. So what I could do is that I could have this. Then we do value. No, so it's not value, it'll be level hash, and then it will be a conditional at the end. That will be probably just equals. But that's not going to work with the structure I have, because it's not going to be able to find a value in there. So we would need to have an else case of if Variable struct exists. Else if skill level because it's just level, yeah. Then level string that's out, no, is that inside or outside scope? Yeah, it's inside scope. Trying to remember this. Alright, I'm starting to experiment with how AI can be useful for coding, only using it to make things that I already know very well. How about the correct mistakes? I mean, there's for Visual Studio, there was a plugin I found that would basically have a pseudo AI architecture that helped with developing kind of like speeding up what you would write, because it would basically predict what should come next. And that was quite useful. That really made things go fast. Tried installing a local on my GPU, but I don't know if you can find a model knowing enough about Game Maker. No, not at the moment. Game Maker doesn't really allow for that. That's actually, it might be later this year, early next year, we'll have something that could do that, which would be nice. I've talked about this before. What I'd love to do is edit the IDE to have something like what Visual Studio has, which is when like you're writing a variable with a sub variable to it. The weakness Game Maker has is, so if I put in like say underscore description and I put this in, this comes up with any variable type that could potentially attribute to something that's like this, without checking what the thing is. So this won't check if this is an object, if this is a time source, if this is a function, whatever. It won't check that, which means that it will just kind of recommend universal concepts. I want to add something that if you've ever used Visual Code, it will check what the thing is and check variables that are within the attribution expectation of it. So you can pull the variable ideas from it much easier. I really want to have that. I think that will be extremely useful and like improve time things. Yeah, such prediction doesn't really work with a local LLM due to performance bottleneck, but using a paid API like Chip would work. Yes, I agree with that. But it was really, really useful having that on a thing. I definitely like having that. Sorry, I'm getting slightly distracted now. What am I? Okay, so if it is level, it can only be right. What? No, we don't want this here, right? So it would be thing. So no, I need level value changing. Level value equals struct get skill level +1. So if it is not 0 and can level, do this. No, I think, no, this is the wrong spot for this still. This that I need to build it off. If... So what am I checking? What am I checking? I need to check if... No, it's because I need to look for if target... Because target is the name of this variable. So... Let's do it up here. If... target equals... That should be where I put in it. And then my safety net here of code thing, checking that it exists. And then put this as an else if. So I'm not wasting processing time. Trying to think, because this is only when it's leveling up. So if... Does this go outside of level? Does this go on the outside of this? Is what I'm kind of thinking. It's gotta, right? No. When leveling. Will never show thing. This is what I hate about this stuff. No, this should be fine. I'm just gonna have to write in a very specific way. This is such a wild thing that I'm adding in here. I'm trying to, like, it's such a patch job fix thing. I'm not happy with it. But it's kind of necessary. Okay, so if it's level and it's 1, and it equals 1, so what we'll actually need, so this is always there. If this is, so what we're actually going to want is less than 2. And then we write in, gain an additional plus, 10%. And then this needs to be equal to 2. 20%. This needs to be equal to 3. 30%. 40%. 50%. I think that's what I gotta do. I think that's correct. This is why I'm trying to think if there's a better answer to this, but I don't like this, but this is actually the correct one for now. Unless I make something much more complex. I smell an ad to do. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe. Because what I've considered is having a, inputting a system that's like, if I write a specific thing somewhere, say, like, inside of the variables, whatever, I denote, like, a star somewhere, it will take the variable here and it will times it by a value that I put into, like, brackets. To indicate, hey, this needs to be done and all that, but I don't know how wise that would be and how necessary it is. It would simplify a lot of code. It would simplify a lot of code. But, like, the dangerous thing immediately that comes to mind is that, like, what I'm doing here cheeses a lot of problems. So I don't see it being too bad. It's just going to be really stupid looking. I need to open up my Git. So I need to look at something. No local changes. Give it a moment. I know there's a lot of local changes. You'll get there. There you go. Items and equipment. And then we no longer need a conditional for this part. This is just text. I don't think I have a color coding for experience, do I? Don't think I've got one for a pickup range either. Might need to do something about that at some point. So... Do I smell something that should have been committed earlier, maybe? No, no. I'm glad I didn't because I was just using... I can show this. I was just using it to verify what certain values I'm looking for. Because I could have saved a thing there, but I didn't. And this means that I can get away with not caring. Also, just realized I didn't fix this one. There we go. That'll be. Okay. And because all of that is default text, this will be very quick to just copy and paste for. There. Since none of those are variations, that should work. So this was Forgotten Poems, item 2. Let's put that on a character quickly so I can forcefully see it. So let's go to Iron Mouse and change hers to 2. So we can see it in game. Crashes too. So what does it say there? Additional... okay. It's showing all of them at once. That's not a good sign. That is not what we wanted. I thought we made the conditionals, did we not? They are set as conditionals. It should be equals as level. The thing is, it's meeting every condition at once. That's the thing that's confusing here. So it's clearly it's not checking the conditional correctly. Where do we check conditionals? We check them here. What is above? Is that cool? Plus the value. Value should be skill target. Okay, let's see how this goes. A little concerning. Can I see it in here? Okay, so it's showing all of them still. And I'm assuming it's going to show all of them in the leveled things, yeah. Yeah. 30, 40... Wait a minute. Starts at 30. It shouldn't be starting at 30. 30, 40, 50, 9, 12, 15. So it's changed. So it's meeting 3, 4, and 5 conditionals at the same time for some reason. Oh, I know how I've done this. I'm a moron, that's why. See, that's what it says now. So it's showing me the first and the second variables. Admittedly, the statement we say the most is a dead. Yeah. Okay, I'm closer to getting it right. So now I'm going to take this. And we're going to put it here. So that's still not working correctly. And it's still not working correctly. Okay, so that didn't change enough. So it should be less than the condition. That's how I've written it, right? If it is less than, this value is less than the real conditional. It's not less than or equal to, it's less than. I'm gonna put a breakpoint in here and see if it actually triggers this. It didn't. Is the operant's not triggering correctly? So we now need to see what is returning as the operand. Okay, so I need to add a +1 to the pull for the operand there. That's right, because as a little reminder, because fucking don't ask, What's it called again? Game Maker has it that string position starts at 1. Because of legacy reasoning. Don't ask. Just don't ask. That's currently wrong. Still. Okay. Why though, bro? Yeah, apparently it's for legacy reasoning. That's the argument I saw. But it's one of those things that's like everything else starts at 0. How dare you do this to me? My brain cannot keep up with this shit. So I believe once we go into the room, it should trigger the crash or the breakpoint. Cool. So now we need operator is. So I need this to be -2? What? This is changing. Why does this keep changing? String position -2. That's the amount of count. I'm so confused. Wait, no. I need to maintain this comes through. Who's responsible for thinking of changing since the standard? Like again, it must have been a legacy thing where they just had it in there and they just never changed it, right? Come on, there you go. Okay, so the operator should be correct now. That says it correctly there. That says it incorrectly there. It says it correctly there. It says it correctly there. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So now I think I put this back in to here. See how this goes? That says the correct value. It's too late to change the standard. Well, again, it's probably, as they said in the thing, it's purely because of legacy thing. Okay, so that says it correct 1020 or 1030. 2060, so that's correct. 30. Yay, we got it working. Oh, good lord. That's annoying, but we've got it there. It just throws me off so much because it means that like string positioning is so awful. But if I believe I have this somewhere in. Do I still have the page open? Here, yeah. See, this bit here. Like, why? Why you do this? Is it almost wrong of me to make like my own fucking like function that's basically this function just minuses the 1, so my brain functions correctly? The UI disappearing when the other shows up looks really odd. I'm not gonna fully disagree with that. Like, leveling up is a bit of a weird one. There's some rules that I don't know if how I want to sit with it at this point. I do want to play around with it a little bit. Hey there, what's cooking? What's cooking is the game and my brain. I think is the short answer. Because, yeah, the reasoning that does switch is because of the case arguments that the person that originally did the UI stuff did. Again, it's one of those ones where I'm not fully against it, but I do think that there's... Because keep in mind that, like, I want on that left side, I want stats to turn up. Like, I kind of want what's in the pause menu to turn up, is what I kind of want. So you have a comparison point. So what I'm probably gonna do is actually take the pause menu code and put that into the upgrade menu as well. Because if we go into the game real quick and go here, this is what the pause menu is. I really like having access to all this information here, and I think that you should have that while you're leveling up. Just the difference is that these options that you can't actually see because they're out of thing. Whoops, didn't mean to full screen that. But these like resume options and end run, just remove those, and that's what the pause is going to be, or like what the upgrade menu should be. And that's what I think it should be, anyway. Oh, was there probably a better way to do this? 100%, I think there is, but I think overlaying things on top of the player GUI, having it blink on and off when leveling up quickly. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, like, if I just have it as the pause menu, that means that's also going to include the EXP bar and then your other stuff on the side. So you can kind of, what you can do, and this is like a thing that I'm kind of thinking, is you can hover over your other weapons and things currently in the game, right? So if we go back real quick, you can actually see that in the in-game UI, regardless of if you're paused or not, if I hover over here, while it's kind of fucked at the moment, you can see this. So my hope is that while you're upgrading, you'll just be able to hover over here and be able to kind of go, ooh, this weapon sounds interesting. Wait a minute, doesn't that synergize with... And then you'd be able to read and go, ah, yeah, it would synergize with that, and you'd be good. That's definitely an aim. That's definitely an aim. How this is all laid out needs to be changed, though. And I believe it shouldn't take too long for me to take like a hammer to this and fix it up a bit. Fix it up a bit, if words. But I'm definitely gonna have to reshape the upgrades a little bit to make this all fit together. Because I'm kind of, at the moment, I believe they come up to like over here. Because if we force the level, yeah, it currently comes up to where the health bar would be, which is just easy enough because I just need to shrink the width and then probably lower the gap a little bit and then lower the height a little bit because they draw from the bottom up. So that shouldn't be too bad. But at the moment, getting the descriptions ready is probably the biggest important thing, because we want to get the next update out. And if we want to get another update out, we need to actually get that shit working, right? Boy, do I love looking at characters like this, huh? Now then, is an easy web dev poke, but is the UI, the game UI responsive? What do you mean? What aspect of it do you want as responsive argument? Because the UI has to be custom done to be responsive if I want it to be. I have to basically make checkbox environments. You can't actually just make a button like HTML. Oh. Boy, do I miss HTML and just being able to go, hey, button. You have to code mouse check scenarios. Super fucking annoying the way they do it. Because you have to either check via GUI position or world position. Because there's two different locations the mouse can be considered at. It's room XY and GUI XY. I wish buttons were as easy as HTML, man. That was for the troll. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I wish I could just do HTML buttons. Oh, I miss that shit, man. You just actually tell it, hey, make a button here, bitch. This is the size of the button. Trigger this function when button clicked, which is normally just go to another page. So good. Oh. Gonna go sleep. Now, that's fair. I'm probably gonna have to wrap up soon myself, because we've gotten a lot of work done. I do need to go pick up meds as well, because I got something sorted out yesterday, which I was not expecting to get sorted out. My doctor finally was able to officiate one of my diagnoses, and means that I can actually get meds for it and hopefully get better treatment moving forward. Can always move it to no. Dude, it's like telling me you should code in JavaScript. Are you fucking local? Like, oh no, not React Native. No. Oh. I don't want to die. That's my short answer. I don't want to die. Please. Please free me. I don't have pickup range in here, right? Like I said. No. Cool. God, imagine making a game in React Native. Ugh. I would genuinely cry. No. I couldn't do it. I'm not strong enough. Alright. Yay. There we go. But yeah, it's gonna be the long haul of getting all of this fucking done and ticked off on. Ugh. Very fun. Very good. Not happy. Love it. Okay, so increase damage, so increase, this is gonna have to be a cutoff already. Damage is gonna have to be separate. Based on so this will be value, is it 5 %? And then what's the armor one? Because I think the armor does it at a reduced point, right? So increased damage based on this percent of your missing health. So this also needs to be a break here. Increased damage. And then we'll have a level check. So this would be @ question mark brackets. Item level is greater than 3. And then here, I'm going to yoink this one. So it's times 60 is the value going into it. Yeah, that's got to be separate. Okay. Right, so how do I want to word this? Because again, it's 60 times more potent on armor. So how do I approach this? How do I approach this? Because if I just say 60 times more effective on armor. That should be right. It feels like this worded really weirdly, so I'm gonna have to potentially revisit this. Okay, let's launch and see what this looks like again. So this is Shy Lily's passive. So I need to remember to switch Iron Mouse's thing back. Okay, so that broke. So first things first, I'm going to switch our Iron Mouse back. And then we're going to trigger that via debug menu so I can actually look at the values. See if we can fix this quickly. So value is undefined. Why is value undefined? Variables underscore skill. It doesn't seem to have a value 5? It's shifted. The array shifted. I've written something wrong somewhere. This is why I really hate this stuff. I'm just gonna... Oh, that's the wrong place anyway. That's probably why. Light from the depth. Yep, there you go. I forgot a single comma. This is how fragile some of this stuff can be sometimes. completely shifts out of spacing all of the data. Now it's fine. Okay, yeah, that wording is fucking horrendous. I'm already seeing it now. Oh, that doesn't work correctly. That's funny. Yeah, so the wording for this is very wrong. Because I realized that it's not actually what this is doing. So it's... Okay, let's review over what the weapon's actually doing. What it is doing is it's taking percentage health and then it's timesing it by 0.3, so 30%. And that is the output. So it's missing health plus 30%. Increased damage and armor by current percentage missing health times increase by yeah, so 60 times more effective on armor. Because, yeah, again, it's the weirdness of how I'm wording this. It's probably a bad ability more than I look at that. Because we've got a character that probably would be better to actually just straight up rip the missing health number and use that as a percent, like 30% of that, potentially. Okay, so let's think about this a little bit more, and then we'll finish off. Increase damage by current percent missing health. Because the math should equal out as, I think at max it will give you 130%. So because I don't think I've got an armor modifier value, do I? I could do an armor modifier value. That I wouldn't be against. Like percent modifier. I do! Okay, no, we're gonna do that then. I'm actually down for that. So we actually just straight up delete all of that. And then we're going to have, whoops. It's armor percent modifier. And then we remove the 60. I think that's a much better ability, linear-wise. It's going to also scale better with higher armor values, which is going to be interesting, because we could add a stat up that's just armor. Give you, like, 5 armor. Let's do that. So I'm just going to take this. And then we're going to rename HP upstat to armor upstat. Increase icon. Up. Text color is armor. Text color is armor. Increase can just be 5. And then we're going to take this. And we're going to turn this into armor. Stat. And then we go remove this value. And our flat armor increase. That seems pretty fucking strong, I'm gonna be honest. Well, at least early game it's gonna be strong. Later on, once you've got a few stacks of it, it's gonna become less and less effective. Keep that in mind, because how we have the maths for that. But 5 armor early, pretty big. Longer term, not so big. But I think that's a cool little thing. Again, we want to have a shitload of stat up things because we just want it to be flooded by the end of it. So you just get too many options. The rule of thumb, and I stand by this is wild to say this, but we will never have more banishes than the amount of stat ups plus 3. That's the rule of thumb. Because if we have more than that, then it will probably bug the game. At least until we have like a currency and a heal reward, which we can very much do. We just need to make those unbanishable. And those will be like your late game things. Like super, super late game things. When it's only stat ups, those will show up more. But there we go. It's also going to be better later. Well, that upgrade's going to be worse later, but like this ability is going to be better later once we actually give all of the characters their base armor, because none of the characters have base armor at the moment. They all have 1, which is not what we're having long term. Every character is going to have a slightly different variable for that. We're going to probably stick around like 1530s though. Probably less than that, honestly, but we'll see. So that's cool. We've got that working. I'm happy with that. It's much better worded, much more potent, potentially, long term. Because it's like 100 and... let's see, that's 160... 60, 90, 200 and something at like full missing health. So it's about 200% you can get if you get real low, which is a lot when you think about it. 200% damage and 200% armor. I can see that getting wild. I can see that getting really wild. I like that. Okay. So, with that being the case, let's call it there. And that's pretty good because I want to go sort some stuff out. So, Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then.